Oh my god. I am actually here for once. Hello, friend. How are you doing? It has been over a month since I have streamed. Anyway, curious. It's because I contracted COVID, and I've just been super exhausted, but I'm finally over it, and I'm finally ready to get back into streaming. See if I even pull. Ow! I missed that. Hopefully I don't forget how this shit works. So yeah, let's just jump into it, and we'll see how today's stream goes. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim was alone at his table when he drank from that poisoned coffee cup. No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw... I saw someone else there. A man. He's the real killer. Why won't anyone believe me? Well, I dare say that pretty much wraps up this case, wouldn't you, Mr. Wright? Court finds the defendant guilty as charged. Off with her head. This court is adjourned. The start of the new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. So, I've decided that our resolution should be Zavari, take on the world. What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya, but I think maybe you've had more than enough mistletoe cake? Never. You've got to eat a lot of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe. Happy New Year, Detective. Likewise. Now shut up, right, and I wanna... Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer-police cooperation. Yeah, me too. Alright, pal, you've got some explaining to... Have you got a holiday present for me, Detective? What? Well, here, have this. It's really nothing much, but... Hey, thanks. Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Take a seat. Hey, what about Pearlie? You haven't forgotten her present, have you? No, I mean, yes, I mean, no. Are you doing this on purpose? I guess I'm busted. How did you like my first practical joke of the year? Very funny, pal. Now let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this. What is it, a magazine? Hey, I want to see. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced? Trounced? Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal, about you. Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling in this case. Well, and don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. When was that issue from anyway? December of last year, which I guess makes it last month. Which makes it old news, you mean? But I wasn't involved in a poisoning case in December. So what do you think about all this, Nick? If it wasn't you, pal, then there's only one possibility. No way, you don't mean... a phony Nick? This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. Guess he's starting off the year with one, too. So, what are you gonna do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I gonna do about it? Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in this case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. Yeah, see what happens when you hotshots start getting too full of yourselves? But I didn't do anything wrong. At least, not that I can remember. Better make this right, pal. Now. And that means taking the case back to court. Got it? Sounds like we got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. I don't know. The judge already issued a guilty verdict once in this case. It's not going to be easy to get it overturned. I guess that New Year's resolution is going to have to wait until next year. So you're taking the case. Good. I'm going to head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, okay, pal? Yes, people are starting to know the name Phoenix right. If a client entrusted a case to me based on my reputation, I guess I'm kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of guy would do that? This is so nerve-wracking waiting to meet our new client. I wonder just what kind of person you tricked and got found guilty. Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. Ah, how could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? You put me in solitary. I haven't been able to stop crying. Aren't you? Yes, I am. I'm totally and utterly let down. You? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's me, Maggie, remember? Maggie Bird? Maggie Bird? Maggie Bird, she's the policewoman I defended that one time. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was a cop, too. What are you doing in here? Didn't I get you a quick... Oh, sure, very funny. After that fifth-rate defense job, you came in here and started making jokes? Better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick. Oh, I see. So that's where we stand right now. Sorry you've been caught up in another murder. Oh, life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. I remember her saying the exact same thing last time. I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life? At least now the real Mr. Wright is here with me. I won't let the world keep me down, sir. So, how come you're dressed like that, Maggie? Last year you looked so sharp in that police uniform. I was fired after that incident last year. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being on the force, but I think it was time for me to move on. So what do you do now? In the second act of The Life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing the role of a waitress. A waitress? Yes, in a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me right away, sir. And then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month, and it happened at Tribulations. Yes, it's a restaurant where good service and friendly smile are always included. Oh. There were 2 men at the table, both drinking coffee. I think one of them was a Saiyan. And then... one of the men slipped some poison in the victim's cup. The victim just took one sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You keep calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all. I'd never seen the guy before. Oh. So she wouldn't have had a motive to kill him then, I guess. And the other man, the killer, you saw him, right? Of course, a good waitress must be attentive to the clientele. So you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway? How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright. I guess the answer to my question is my phony. Anyway, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. So, if you saw the murderer, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? The other man, the one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way, Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. The victim was sitting alone at his table the whole time. But how's that possible? I don't know, but nobody, not one person would believe me, sir. Even Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense. My granny could have done a better job. Look, it wasn't me, okay? And then they found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket. What? A small bottle of poison? What? Poison? It was in your pocket? Well, I passed out when the victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious. And no one saw this other guy? No, sir. That's what everyone said, but I don't see how they could have missed him. The one who took the coffee to the two men. Oh? And what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I kind of thought they might be in the music industry. Music? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece in, and there was a sample CD on the table, sir. Earpiece and a sample CD? Did you get a look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something? They must have been preparing for the debut, I guess. So it was a band CD. Maybe a promo disc? Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Get serious, Maya. Would you buy the CD of a group named that? What was the name of that group again? Hacksaw? What about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember, only that he was a young man. Well built like the victim, really. Oh, yeah, I need to ask you about this. Hey, this article's about my case. Can you tell me anything about the guy who was pretending to be me? Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You were wearing one of your super sharp suits. Me? Yes, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie. Was my evil double I am here too? No, I don't remember a phony you, Maya. Oh, that would have been so cool. And then he got really worked up and passionate. I'm gonna get you cleared of this crime, you said. Okay, I get the picture, but you've met me in person before. So how come you didn't realize the guy wasn't the real me? I guess looking back now, it was a little strange. Only a little. Well, okay, so you were a bit taller than normal, and you looked a bit shady, and your voice was a bit... Damn it. So, the guy was nothing like me then, but he had your spiky hair and blue suit. Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? How about everyone else in the courtroom, like the judge and the observers? Didn't they realize he was an imposter? Everyone had these big question marks on their faces, but it seemed that no one wanted to say anything, sir. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, do you think it's possible to get a retrial? Probably. The court ruled in the absence of a genuine defense attorney, so we should be able to get a retrial. Mr. Wright, do you think we'll win next time, sir? My life has been full course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. But I will survive because Maggie Bird always lives the fight another day. And one day I'll find it, just you wait and see. I'll find that one single moment of good luck. She and Hop is really gonna pay for this. What are you staring at me like that for? Maya's right. Whoever it is that thought it was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder better watch out. We'll find him, don't you worry. We'll get to see Hop for you. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you where Trace Bien is. The restaurant where the murder took place. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. Sure. Alright, Mr. Nick. Let's go check out this restaurant and its food. Wow, look at this place. Look, more like smell. What is it with the suffocating scent of flowers in here? And again, girls like that kind of thing, right? Actually, I'm not all that into it. No one's coming to see this. Maybe there's someone here? Don't be silly, Maya. This is a restaurant and it's open for business. Hello? Anyone here? I don't believe it. There really isn't anyone here. Perfect. Let's get intrusive. If there's no one here, we can take anything we want. Yeah, I suppose we can. It's a rack full of fashion magazines and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometimes, huh, Maya? Yeah, I guess I could. I'm always in my acolyte clothes, aren't I? It's fun to wear normal clothes every now and then. Huh? Something stuffed in behind the rack. Looks like this sports paper to me. Hey, and look at this. Someone scribbled a little doodle on one of the pages. MC Bomber in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros? $100,000 maybe? Wonder what MC Bomber is supposed to be. This paper, it's on December 3rd. This paper's from the day of the poisoning. What? Paper from the day of the murder. This has got to be a clue. I should see if we can find out some more about this paper. Oh, sports paper. Let's see. Did Guts and Braun manage to defend his heavyweight title? Sorry, Maggie. That paper's actually a month old. It's from the day of the murder. Gunson got knocked out yesterday, I'm afraid. Oh no. I found this paper in the magazine rack at Tribulations. Really? That's strange. Tribulations doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. Then maybe one of the customers left it behind? Anyway, what I want you to take a look at is a scribble here. Ah, that's it, sir. MC Bomber. That was the name that was written on the CD. Just as I thought. I guess it was an MC Screwdriver after all, huh? So, that 100,000 must be a down payment for a record deal, right? If someone gave me 100,000, I'd sing for sure. The Master of Parade, the Spirit Song, or even Maya's theme. Okay, Maya. So, the sample CD was on the victim's table. That means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. You're right. So the victim left this behind on the day of the murder? I think we better step up the investigation, don't you, Nick? Oh la la, bonjour. Welcome to La Tribulations. Oh, hello? What happened to Maya? She's frozen stiff. Benvenuto. Welcome to my petite restaurante. Uh-huh. B Avenue. Oh, not my petite tulip. Huh? Me? Look at his face, like a kitten rejected by his own mother. You are fatigued, no? Alois, he needs this. An aromatic bath oil melange of... oh my god, I can't read that. Oil melange of La Neroli and La Rose, my personal recommendation. You think I need what? Oui, just add a couple of drops of this mixture to the bath water and voila. It will soothe your body and your mind. It's simply fantastique. Really? And for la monsieur? Who, me? Look at that face, like a puppy rejected by life itself. You are fatigued, no? Hey y'all. For you, monsieur, I recommend this oil of bergamot, maybe a hint of oui. I will add the peppermint and the clary sage for a fragrance exceptionnel. Such an invigorating recipe will bring out your delicious beauty, monsieur. My beauty? Alas, if you will be seated, I will bring you the special menu of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat, we're lawyers. Alright, have fun. That looks like my night pot's broken. And of course. I have no idea. Yes, bien sûr. I know this already, monsieur. You are Le Phoenix, right, no? Yeah, you know me? Ah, oui. I never forget the man who flirts with me, especially in court. I guess he was cross-examined by our mysterious Gino Yup. Looks like everyone to do with this case knows who I am already. Wonder what sort of impressions Gene Yups has been leaving on people, don't you? Allow me to introduce myself to you again. I am Jean Armstrong, enchanté. So what does Trispian mean? You know, trace, that means 3, right? No, no, no. Trispian is Francis. In English, you would say very good. Oh, very good? Oui, exactement. La atmosphere is Trispian and la cuisine is Trispian. The food's so good, why aren't there any customers in here? La cuisine is not for all. Some people say do not appreciate la hot cuisine. Not everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I have had lost Maggie, I don't have enough hands. So you're running... I'm trying my best, okay? So you're running this place on your own now? Oui, for the moment. No, as answered my advertisement. Oh, pour moi. Please don't eyeball me while you say that. I am the chef, I am the manager. I'm also trained aromatherapist. A roaming what? A practitioner of aromatherapy. The art of soothing la soul with the delicate floral aromas. Delicate? The smell coming from that bottle earlier was anything but. Can you tell me what you know about the incident? Yeah, it makes me sad to remember it, yet I remember it so well. More than a month has passed since it happened. Yeah, I guess it's been about a month since Maggie's sentencing. So it was the sort of last month, just after 1 of the afternoon. A man who was in here for a coffee suddenly became ill because of the poison in his coffee. Such is the truth as I know it. It was Maggie who took him his drink to him. I was in the kitchen. I heard the sound of someone collapsing. When I came out to see what it was already slumped in his chair. He was dead? Mon Dieu, oui, he was dead. Maggie had passed out also. And this man who died, was he alone? Oui, monsieur. All alone. I know that Maggie said there was someone else, but... I see. The police, they asked me many times, are you sure there was no one else at the tables, they asked. But I am not the only one. The old man said the same thing. Old man? What old man? So who is this old man you mentioned? As the time as I learned it, there was another customer in there. But someone else saw it? Nah, oui. As usual, he came along as the day. At the time of the murder, he was here. It's like, oh my god, I can't read it. It's like glitch text. He was here, he saw it too. But he said the same things, as there was no one else at the victim's table. But Maggie swears there were 2 people. Ah, mademoiselle, la lawyer, he could not prove this, no? About the lawyer, that was me, I suppose? Must be answer. Wow, he's the first person who said it wasn't me. Don't kid yourself, Nick. Now who's the one making stuff up? Maggie was a policewoman once in Spas? Yes, but she had to quit for reasons beyond her control. Oui, she was the suspect in the Lavender investigation, no? Oh, you know about that? That is why I gave her la perfume for a happiness. Happiness perfume? We blended from bergamot like I have given to you before. But she's been arrested again and found guilty this time. This is true. Her natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admit it, your perfume doesn't work. I am not surprised she was the prime suspect. After something like that took place before my very eyes. Something like what? What's this guy talking about? Does this mean Maggie did have a motive? Gotta ask this guy for more info stat. When Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? Oh, oui, I suppose you could say so. So what happened? No, it was nothing. Look, Maggie says she didn't even know the guy, but she's still been indicted for murder. The prosecution must have come up with some kind of motive. Wait, it is true. If there is anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it could be relevant. So please, tell us anything you know. Cyclops? Oh, wait, what are we gonna do, Nick? Is that the what the? What's wrong? The Magatama, it's gone. Huh? I had it in my pocket, but it vanished into thin air. What? But I could see the Cyclops. Maybe that means the Magatama's nearby? Mr. Armstrong, can I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was sitting, was anyone else sitting there? That is a question you will have to ask him yourself. Okay. The old man spent all of his time in the park. Oh, a park? What park is that? Behind the restaurant, it is called Vitamin Square. Thank you. Y'all's want in pray, my dear. Let's go check this Vitamin Square right now, Nick. So this is Vitamin Square. I see where they get the name from now. The fruits scream vitamins at you. Hey, Nick, that's the guy, right? Isn't that the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about? That grouchy-looking grandpa? Throwing seeds out for the pigeons. Maya, he's not throwing seeds for them, he's throwing seeds at them. My grumpiness threat level has just been raised to red. Oh, there's a magazine here. It's a magazine full of job listings. You disgusting rogue picking up something else someone else threw away. Threw away? Did you throw this away? Are you looking for a job? Yeah, that's none of your business. Sorry, I guess I'll just take the magazine with me then. Don't want anyone else having it. Give it back. Too bad. Now that you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up. Hey, that's mine. Mademoiselle, yes? Are you looking for a job? No, I was just... Let me see, your style is different, but you have a good face. Different? Felicitations, you have passed. I will hire you. Then come with me. I will teach you everything that I know. Nick, help! I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad for mine. Maybe I should do both? So they have Maggie in questioning. I guess I asked her pretty much everything. I'll come back if there's anything else I need to ask her later. Well, pal, have you found the evidence yet? The one that's gonna find her innocent? No, not yet. We've only just started our investigation. Well, whatever you need to know, I'll give you the dirt on it. I'm putting off all my other cases for now, pal. Gumshoe's really fired up about this. Oh, yeah, one more thing. The retrial's been approved. Court's sitting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And Godal is gonna be the prosecutor. Oh, him. Now listen up, pal. If Maggie's found guilty again, yes, I'll make sure you get locked up for good for it, okay? So the guilty party was Maggie Bird, huh? Yeah. Back when she was on the police force, you were her mentor when she was a rookie, right? Yeah, I kept a close eye on her. I mean, not too close, you know? Hey, what's with the funny looks, pal? I was just... It wasn't anything like... Look, sure, I was her boss when she was doing her training. That was it. Nothing happened. I'm sure is sweating up a storm over nothing. So that's it. Our little big old gumshoe has a little crush on Maggie. I don't like her or anything. I was about to sell gossip with Maya about this later. Look, pal, don't tell anyone, okay? You gotta keep it a secret, got it? Sure. And would you mind not guessing what I'm thinking all the time? Hey, tell your face, pal, not me. You'd be blind not to see what's on your mind. So, I was wondering, could you fill me in on the victim? Glenn Elk, he is a computer programmer. You see, a programmer. He's just a regular Joe working for a small-time computer firm. Maggie never had any contact with the guy before that day. And all she did was take him his coffee on the day of the murder, pal. Yeah, Maggie also claimed to have never seen the guy before. Did the victim go to the restaurant often? Not according to the chef. Said it was the first time he'd seen the guy. Programmer and a first-time customer at that. What possible reason could Maggie have had to kill a guy like that? That's what I thought, but a motive was still somehow established in the trial. You're kidding. What was her supposed motive? Sorry, pal, I'm real busy. I haven't even got enough time to sift through these papers. Look into it yourself, okay? This motive had been. This isn't really a proper investigation. I'm kind of working on it by myself. Oh, that's right. The judge already ruled on the case and all the evidence is already. The only problem is with Maggie's testimony. Yeah, it doesn't sound very good for us, huh? Look, pal, I've got a mountain of papers on this case to look over for tomorrow. So I'm just gonna say this. Maggie Bird's no liar. She's... Okay, so she's a bit out there and a bit off base sometimes. But she was a good cop. It's not exactly complimentary, you know. So what do you think really happened? And just how contradictory is her testimony? The biggest problem with Maggie's testimony is the number of people at the table. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Maggie still insists there was another guy sitting with the victim. Right, but get this. Everyone else in the place said the guy was alone, even the chef. And then there's that CD. Oh, yeah, she did mention something about a CD. There's a sample CD on the table. But our guys turned that place upside down. There was no CD. What? Not on the table? Not anywhere in the whole restaurant, pal. But didn't Maggie say the victim was wearing an earpiece too? Yeah, but that was for the portable radio in the front pocket of his hoodie. Radio? He didn't have a CD player? You got it. Your phony never explained that contradiction at all. Come to think of it, the owner of Trace Bean didn't mention that CD either. I don't know why, but I get the feeling that Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide. Well, what's that? A sports paper? Yeah, I found it in the magazine rack at Trace Bean. It's dated the same day as the murder. You may be onto something here. Take a look at this. See this writing here? MC Bomber. Hey, what is it? I've heard that name somewhere before, yeah. MC Bomber. Oh, he actually seems to be thinking for once. Ah, it's no good, I can't remember. And he goes back to being the gumshoe we all know and love. Hey, pal, I'm gonna borrow this paper for a bit, okay? I want to get a handwriting analysis done on this scribble. Handwriting, huh? It'd be good to know more about that in any case. Thanks. I bet this will turn out to be an interesting clue. The chef of Trace Bien, huh? You know what that chef said to me? Oh la la, your body is full of the toxins. Then he gave me this bottle. What's in it? I don't know. The label says juniper. I'm under orders to put a few drops of it in my bath every day. Under orders? Yeah, you know, there's something about that lady. Guy. You can't stop thinking about him? Not like that, pal. Give me a break. He's not my type. I can't stop thinking that he's involved in this case somehow. Sounds like he knows a little something more about our charming chef. What exactly is it that caught your attention about the chef at Trace Bien? It's, kind of hard to say. The guy's probably not even connected with the case anyway. Hey, come on, detective. Didn't you say you'd give me the dirt on anything? Well, this sort of stuff is kind of unimportant gossipy stuff, you know, pal? Look, how about this? You go to Trace B and investigate the place yourself, and if you find out anything suspicious about the guy, report back to me, okay? Don't suppose I get a choice in this, huh? Guess I better find out more about the chef at Trace B and then report back to Gumshoe. Scent of flower sure is strong. It's almost making me dizzy. Oh, hello? Who was that just now? A customer? She had some sort of dark aura about her. Oh, welcome, Ben Avenue. What a cute voice. Oh, it's just you, Nick. Maya? Well, how do I look? Maybe you should quit being a spirit medium. Maybe, but it's kind of boring being a waitress. You're my first ever customer. Then who was that woman I just saw? Oh, since you're here, you might as well have something to eat. I am kind of hungry, actually. So, how do you like your new job, Maya? I never knew there was so much for a waitress to do. Take people's orders, bring them their food, make coffee, work the cash register. Of course, you need a customer before I can do any of that. Yeah, it's a nice looking restaurant. It's a shame more people don't come. Don't forget about the ultra cute waitress. Check out my gimme a tip smile. Hey, Nick, why don't you order something? The chef's preparing a tasty lunch set at the moment, or so he says. How much is it? It's the 20 set, so it's $20, of course. The 20 set? I believe I'll be taking a pass on that. It's kind of expensive. What? But you can't. Come on, Nick. It's not every day I get to be a waitress. Why don't you try carrying plates and working the cash register? How about cleaning the toilets? That should keep you busy. Yeah, right. Maybe later. About the lunch? Oh, a fine choice, sir. No, Kitchen! A lunch special, please. All the extras, drink, side salad, dessert, and gift. I don't need any of that. Just a moment, please, sir. Maya's really getting into this. How much is this at lunch then? $20, huh? But with the drink, side salad, and dessert, it's $45? Hey, wait a sec, Maya! Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Here you are, our deluxe fortified lunch set. Well, a dish inspired by lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Bon appetit. Thanks? Come on, hurry up and try it. Lobster, huh? Alright, down the hatch it goes. Are you hungry, Maya? Starving. Here, it's yours. Really? Remember, Maya, my wallet doesn't print money, so you better polish off that plate. I just remembered I gotta clean the toilets. Hey, you can't be in that much of a hurry to clean the toilets. How's that guy managed to make food taste so bad? Hey, Nick, you want to take a peek at the kitchen? Kitchen, not a bad idea. Now, what was it that Maggie said again? In the kitchen, you'll get to see all the chef's greatest secrets. In the kitchen? Sounds tasty. Hey, wait up, Maya. Listen, I'm pretty busy right now. Weren't you going to show me around? Because I plan to find some cool clue and show it off in your face. And I'd better conduct the search in the kitchen myself. And here it is, the famous Tribulations kitchen. My first time in here too, actually. There's a weird atmosphere in here for sure. Mr. Armstrong will be back soon, so we better search quickly. Chop chop. Now I know I'm in a French restaurant. I've never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey Nick, this container has oyster sauce? What's that? Isn't that used in Chinese food? Look! Right there on the counter! My Magatama, what's it doing here? What indeed? What's this? It looks like a treasure chest or something. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many they're overflowing onto the floor. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 89, 98, 99, 100. They're all the same, too. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell? So what's the liquid inside then, I wonder? Hey, Nick, we should borrow this. I mean, look how many bottles he's got. He won't miss one, will he? The old guy's not here anymore. I still have some questions for him. Scooter, huh? We leave it right in the middle of a park like this. The wheel guard and the light are busted. I guess it must have been in an accident. It's a total wreck. I guess I should have done a little more. Hey, who's the thing doing with my bike? No, I was just... You messing with my new ride? It's what you've been doing? New ride? Isn't that kind of an old model? You's gonna pay for this. It wasn't me. I was just passing by. Hey, then who's the one that covered my saddle in crap, huh? You's gonna pay. You catch my drift? No, wait a sec. I'm not a pigeon, so I couldn't have done... A wise guy, eh? I ought to beat you so hard it'll feel like you were smooching the express train. Uh-oh. You's better watch your back. This ain't over. Gonna round up a group of lawyers and then you's gonna pay. Actually, I'm a lawyer myself. What do you say? I'm Phoenix Wright, attorney at... Phoenix Wright. You're saying you, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I am. So you're a wise guy too, huh? Because I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only. What? Out of my way, I got a cruise. Surely that guy wasn't my phony, was he? He wasn't anything like me. Guess I better make note of the scooter. God, pathetic. Oh, it's you. Few threats from a little brat like that, and you look like a pigeon that's got seeds in its eyes. Have you been here the whole time, then? I was in that strawberry. I had some thinking to do. More like you had some cowering to do. Excuse me? Would you mind if I had a word with you? Yes! I just want to ask you a couple questions. What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? You know, you don't like my seeds, huh, pigeons? It's really chucking those seeds at them. That's gotta hurt. Go on, eat this. Excuse me, can I ask you about Maggie Bird? I don't know any Maggie Bird. Yes, you do. You know the waitress that traced me in? Yes, me, it's a disgrace. That's what it is. Innocent young girl revealing herself like that. So, you don't like that kind of thing, then? What are you trying to say about me, boy? Explain yourself. Nothing. I'm not saying anything about you. I know your kind. You young ones with your spiky hair and your fancy suits. That head of yours is flowing with filthy ideas. Well, someone who needs a lunch of stress management. Get out of here, you young brat. You know, the tree's being a lot. That miserable excuse for a restaurant. That garbage they serve in there is not food. Where's the sushi, the tempura, the rice? Tracebrian is a French restaurant, sir? Where do you think we are, boy? In Paris? I want real food, not these snooty snacks. What about those shameless girls? You mean the waitresses? You can see all the way up to their... Yes, the waitresses. Practically naked. It's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it? Listen, it's not my restaurant. It's a miserable excuse for a restaurant, that place. Miserable. He certainly knows the place. It must be a regular, but if he hates it so much, why does he keep going? Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? Just that if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Sir? There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want some food? Take that. Knew it. This old guy's got something to hide, but what could it be? Hey, just in time. What is it, Detective Gumshoe? The Live got back to me about that newspaper you gave me. It must be in the sports paper with the memo scribbled on it. So, what did they say? Did the analysis turn up anything? They said the doodle was written by the victim, Glenn Elg, no doubt about it. I expected as much. The victim took the paper with him to the restaurant on the day of the murder. That's our best interpretation of the facts at the moment. See, Bomber, I get the feeling I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh well, I guess it'll come back to me. Don't forget to report back to me with anything you find in the restaurant, okay, pal? Since when did I start taking orders from Gumshoe? Although, I get the feeling there is something I need to show him. You got one of those aroma bottles too, huh? Only this one doesn't smell. Huh? I don't get you. This was mixed in with all the other aromatherapy bottles, but it's not the same. Doesn't even look the same, wouldn't you agree? A cologne bottle that doesn't smell, huh? Smells like a skunk to me, pal. Mind let me borrow that bottle for a while? I want to send it to the lab for analysis. I think it was poison, so the contents of this bottle is pretty important. I had a hunch there was something funny about that chef. You suspect John Armstrong? I know that guy's number. I know what his secret is. Must be the same secret gum she was talking about before. I guess I better fill you in on the details about this Armstrong guy's secret, I mean. So, what's Mr. Armstrong's secret? You ever had lunch at Tribulations, pal? Yes. So, how was it? To put it nicely, it was inedible. Hey, don't worry about being nice around me, pal. You and I both know the reason the place is so empty is because of the food. I mean, the place is clean, and he's got a girl like Maggie as a waitress, so... Yeah, I guess it's probably the food. The real scoop on this guy is that he's up to his ears in debt. Really? How much does he owe? This is a copy of his loan contract. It's about $500,000 in the red. $500,000? Are we talking dollars? Yeah, hey, if it was sterling, he'd really be in trouble. Sorry, that figure just took me by surprise. Yeah, this case is full of surprises, and I'd be willing to bet the chef's got something to do with most of them. That's my hunch. It's time you told me the truth. Why are you a regular at a restaurant that you dislike so much? Isn't it obvious that people only have one reason to go to restaurants? To eat? To eat. Is that the whole truth? Well, what do you mean? I don't think you go to that restaurant for the food at all. You insolent brat, how dare you accuse me? What proof have you got? Tell that not you nor anyone in the world would go to that place for its food. Proof is in the pudding, or in this case, the lunch menu. That's the 20-cent. The food at Tribulations is terrible and expensive. You're wrong, it's cheap. Huh? I'm rich. I inherited money when I was a boy. Yes, I'm stinking rich. I haven't done a jot of work since I was born, other than feeding the pigeons. What a load of crock. Taste another story, but the price, it's nothing to me. So you're saying that you go there because you've got money to burn? Exactly. Got so much cash I go for a swim in my money vault every day. Fortunately, that's a lie. But you don't have money to burn, you're flat broke. This is yours, right? My magazine. Why would a rich retiree be looking for a job? I was... So what? I was looking for a job. I'm buying a lot at the moment. I need spending money. Oh, I don't go to that restaurant for the food. I just go for the Javachino. Yeah, I think you mean a cappuccino. Anyway, how much does a cappuccino cost there? $8. This had better be some golden beans. What's your problem? You think a poor man would be better off drinking dishwater, do you? Is that it? No, I wasn't thinking that. I was wondering if the coffee there is really that great. No, it's not. But anyway, yes, the place has free newspapers to read every day. Newspapers? Exactly, they don't want me hanging around at home, so I go there. Sorry, sir, but there's no free papers to read at Tribulations. Take a look at this. What is it? It's a newspaper I found behind the magazine rack at Tribulations. So, what of it? This was the only paper there, and it was dated more than a month ago. What? See what I'm getting at? That restaurant doesn't get newspapers. It's just the one that a customer happened to leave behind. Ah. Tell me, why are you so determined to hide the truth? I'm not hiding anything. I'm gonna have to put this guy out of his misery. Listen, the real reason why you go so much to Tribulations is... What are you asking about that girl for? She was the waitress at Tribulations. Therefore, the answer to the mystery of why an old man who would drink expensive coffee at a terrible restaurant is the waitress. But I don't recognize that face. And you are probably telling the truth here. Because you weren't looking at the girl's face, but at her outfit. That's the truth, isn't it? You became a regular at that restaurant because of the waitress's uniform. A uniform is all you can think about, isn't it? can't take it. To you, that waitress was your... Enough, please. No more. Stop saying that word. Stop saying waitress. Stop it. Sir? Yes, it's true. I was there for the young girl. Fine, so I'm a dirty, wicked, sinful devil. No, I didn't mean it like that. I even get one of those lousy cups of Javachino every time for $8. All because of the serving girl. Punish me. Lock me up. Really, that's not what I'm here for. You'll be the same. Another 20 years and you'll understand what it's like. Don't know how painful it is to be an old man like me. No, really, listen, sir. Stop calling me that. I have a name, you know, boy, so show some respect. I'm Victor Kudo. Sorry, Mr. Kudo. You young ones think you know it all, don't you? Well, I'm not saying another word. I won't tell you anything more. This guy was in the restaurant at the time of the incident, which means I have to hear his testimony one way or another. I don't believe this. I even broke his sight locks and everything. I still have to try to get him to when he's in a better mood. Oh, it's that old man. Is he still feeding the pigeons? Yeah, he fed me as well. I got a bunch of those seeds in my eyes. Oh, ouch. Hey, Maya, would you mind coming with me for a while? Huh? Me? Why? There's something I really want to ask that old man. Sure, okay, I'll just go get changed. No, hang on. Can you go like that? I guess? Sir? You again? Well, I see. Nick, his eyes are burning into me. It's okay, I think it's going pretty well. Aha! Huh? You're still just a little child. Run along and play on the slide, alright? Play on the slide? I was so close, just a little more and he would have spilled. Pigeon. Hey, crank this guy. Excuse me, please, sir. Quiet, can't you see I'm feeding the pig? Mia? Well, if you don't mind, sir, I'd really love to talk with you. Yes, yes. Of course, certainly I'm Victor Kudo. Even from beyond the grave, wow. How about the incident? You mean the man who died after drinking the Javachino? It's like he's a different person. That was quite a shock even for me. He was a strange-looking boy. Girl took the Javachino over to him, you see. And was the customer alone? Definitely, he was the only person at the table. Then he took one sip of his Javachino and he said something like, "Ugh," and collapsed, dead. Oh, terrifying. You're so good at listening, aren't you? I'll tell you anything yet whatever you want to know. Certainly seems to be telling the truth now, but it looks like Mr. Kudo didn't see this other man either. Do you like the food at Trace PM? Well, of course, I'm really quite a sophisticated man. I was a young businessman once, you know. Let's set up a casino in London. Really? How interesting. Eating the food at that restaurant really takes me back to my days in France. What a lovely story. Well, London's in England, not France. Oh, yes, France is wonderful. I'd love to show you around the city sometime. It's too much. I can't take it. I want France. Can't believe me is laughing at the guy. You visit Tracebian a lot, don't you? Of course, I mean, yes. I'd like to come and see you there. Really? Oh, you flatter me so. The owner would be delighted to welcome you, I'm sure. Be careful of that chef, my dear. Chef, you mean Mr. Armstrong? That's right, the man's an ex-con. He's an ex-con? Whatever did Mr. Armstrong do? Oh no, those eyes, I can't take this. Mia's really got this guy eating out of her hand. He steals things from his customers. From his customers? Gloves, handkerchiefs, little things mainly. He's a pilferer, so you be careful around him, my dear. Are you sure about this? Of course. He was arrested for it once. I was there when it happened, having my Javachino. He really is a regular. Let me write you a little haiku about it. haiku. Japanese poem. It'll explain all you need to know about that chef. If he takes anything again, you let me know. It's not too expensive. I'll buy you a replacement. Poor guy, he couldn't do enough for Mia. Okay, Phoenix, that's about as much help as I can do. Thanks, Mia. We got some really important information thanks to you. Honestly, I can't believe Maya called me for something like this. Guess it's about time to wrap up with today's investigation. Had enough of being a waitress? Yeah, plus no one came to the restaurant. Oh la la, Mademoiselle Maya. Don, you can't leave me like this. I'm sorry, that reminds me. Mr. Armstrong had Psych Locker 3, didn't he? I'm gonna have to break these. Mr. Armstrong, I hope you won't mind, but I'd like to have another word with you. Volunteers, of course. What's happening? I do not like this horrible feeling. I have to know the truth. What happened that day? Lors, I will confess everything. Just don't hurt me. Huh? Well, that was a new world record. It was a lottery ticket. Lottery ticket? The man who died here had a lottery ticket for $500,000. $500,000? But after the incident, this ticket disappeared. Ticket disappeared. This was the motive for the prosecution gave for Maggie. They said that she poisons the man to get the $500,000 lottery ticket. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Yes, Lord, you've been trying to hide this information. Oh God, you've been trying to hide this information about the lottery ticket from me, and I want to know the reason why. Non, Monsieur, you doubt me, but I have confessed to you everything I know. Mr. Armstrong, the $500,000 lottery ticket, I think I know who took it. I think the winning ticket was stolen by this person. Mr. Armstrong, I believe there's a very high probability that it was you. Oh, that's one piercing scream, even for a man like him. Expliquez-moi, why? You have no evidence. I'm not Master Mask. I'm not the kind of person who steals the property of others. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Armstrong, but I have evidence to the contrary. What is this, a poem? Oh, Monsieur, you know me so well. I adore poems. Please, read it and put some feeling into it. Convicted before a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. I'm sorry to have to bring it up, Mr. Armstrong, but you have been arrested for stealing from your customers before, haven't you? Mon Dieu, le maçon, you are a liar. You deny it? Do not make the false accusations of Paulet. So, do you have any proof? I want to see la incontestable proof that I have ever stolen from one of my customers. It seems old habits die hard, Mr. Armstrong. What is that? This is my Magatama, and I found it in your kitchen. Some scream just broke some windows. I have a weakness for the little trinkets and the figurines. My hand, it just slips out, I cannot stop it. You've stolen handkerchiefs, gloves, and other things from your customers, right? It is the truth. I am just a timid little girl inside, Monsieur. A timid little girl. Besides, this time, it was not a small trinket. It was $500,000. Why would I steal it? I have no need for such money. Really now? Oh, Monsieur, what is it? Isn't it true that you're in some pretty serious trouble? And that you're in desperate need of a large amount of cash? The restaurant is deep in the red, isn't it? You have a loan to the tune of $500,000. That lottery ticket would have wiped out your debts. Well, Mr. Armstrong, what do you have to say for yourself? Mr. Armstrong, you said that the victim had a winning lottery ticket for $500,000. How did you know he had something like that in the first place? Some man he was listening to the radio with his earpiece. Maggie said something about that too. The winning number was announced on the news, I think. All of a sudden he exploded. Yes, $500,000, he shouted. And the ticket? He had all of his tickets spread on the table. I was so desperately in need of money, so I put the poison in his coffee? No, 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 no. Oh, you naughty man. I simply helped myself to one of his tickets. The victim collapsed. I thought to myself, okay, Paz, it had so many of them. Yeah, but only one of them was the winning ticket, right? How could you do that, Mr. Armstrong? Maggie was arrested because of you. This is not true. I did not take it. The ticket for $500,000, I mean. But you just told us you did. You said you took a ticket. That's not nothing. It was not. That's enough. Mr. Godot? What the heck are you doing here? Ugh, this is without a doubt the worst coffee I've ever tasted, Mr. Armstrong. Even for coffee? Does this craving for coffee know no bounds? Perhaps Mr. Armstrong stole one of the victim's tickets on the day in question. I am the airhead, not just a pretty little girl who laughs at this. Everything is laughing. But in that case, Maggie shouldn't be the only one under suspicion. He had the wrong ticket. What? Mr. Armstrong made off with the winning ticket's pretty neighbor. So the ticket he took was worthless? Not quite. He did win something. $1. You see, I use a pretty face. Without my looks, I have nothing. So, what happened to the winning ticket then? The one he meant to steal? Indeed, what did happen to it? I don't like spoiling myself by watching trailers, so we'll just wait and see how the movie turns out tomorrow, won't we? Voila! You two time to laugh at the pretty little airhead. Looks like I won't be needing this note anymore. So I got a new mystery now, namely, where did the winning ticket go? I had a bad feeling about this. Well, anyway. Can't let Maggie suffer any longer for this, and certainly not again. One moment here while I hydrate. I just realized that my OBS says I dropped 20% of frames, and I don't know when that happened. Hopefully that didn't happen all at the same time. Hopefully it's fixed now too. I'm gonna go on a BRB, and I'm gonna see if it balances itself out, because that's really 20% is undoable. So I will be back in like 5-10 minutes. Alright, it looks like it balanced itself out, so we should be good. There was just a internet spike that just so happened to go on for an extended period of time. Probably over the course of 10 minutes, so hopefully the VOD isn't too messed up, but we'll have to see afterwards. I mean, it's my first stream in like a month and a half. I was expecting some scuff, so, you know, I can't let it deter me. Oh, I guess I should have expected this. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? But he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor. Maggie. Detective Gumshoe? Are you doing alright? How you feeling? As if you need to ask you the question, sir. Don't let him get you down, Maggie, and don't forget to eat well, okay? Roger, and you better square this case away, got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, you hear? You screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. Squaring away some paperwork for your arrest. I think he's serious. Hey, Detective, you're on our side for once, right? Yep. So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Really? Can you, sir? Of course. I got the situation under control. You're gonna be the first witness on the stand today. Something I say doesn't mesh with the facts. Make sure you point it out, alright? Sure. Okay, we're forming a united front today, pal. You get me? Can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. I've always admired you so much, Detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should all go pretty smoothly today, huh? I can only wish. The court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Ah, bitter. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? What's wrong? Nothing. It's just whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was, you was talking to me? It was a little, well, intimidating. No, that wasn't me. That was the phony Phoenix. I see. So our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he? Our trusty? So, Mr. Godot, your opening statement, please. Mr. Trite, whether you're a fake or the real deal, we'll find out soon enough through this trial today. But I can already tell you, I am the real Phoenix Wright. Yeah, I wasn't questioning whether you are Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not. That's what I intend to find out. There's no denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another. As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during this retrial, nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial. I'm not planning on repeating anything the phony me said, trust me. Now then, Mr. Godot, please summon your first witness. Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation. Witness, state your name for the court. Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. Name's Police Department Detective, occupation Dick Gumshoe. Other way around, Detective. Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday, sir. Since yesterday? Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigation's tied up with another case now. Gumshoe really got everything under control for everyone's sake. I see. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline for the court the basic facts of the case? Yes, sir. The victim's name is Glenn Elk. He was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll of Blue Screens Incorporated, a local company. This is the victim's autopsy report. The court accepts this into evidence. And here are the floor plans of the restaurant. When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the By the waitress? The waitress being the accused? Yeah. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of coffee. At the time of the incident, there were 2 other people in the restaurant. Mr. John Armstrong, the owner, and a regular by the name of Mr. Victor Kudo. It seems to be a very straightforward case to me. Come, detective, take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own 2 hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony. Yes, sir. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elk, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup, and what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And, it looks like Miss Bird might have had, well, some kind of motive. Using the dark, aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady. The facts of this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would ask you to begin your cross-examination, but please no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood? I already told you that wasn't me. Can I stop you for a minute? Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence? He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Miss Bird. She claims there was another man at the victim's table. Yeah, that's what she said, and what killer wouldn't say that and would face with a homicide conviction? Hey, sadly, her testimony isn't supported by the owner or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? That's true, the 2 testimonies tie up on that. They both said there was no other guy at the table. What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? Well, maybe the other witnesses just missed him. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way? That argument is as weak as the coffee at Trace B. Inch, right? I have here in my possession a ticket. Ticket? Looks more like a photo to me. Yeah, so one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Population, the defendant. This is a photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef moments after the poisoning took place, correct? I think the court will agree that such a clear view of the scene of the crime. How, Mr. Trey, could anyone have overlooked a second person at the table? Certainly seems to show that the victim's table extremely clearly. So, traces of the poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else? Not sure I get you, pal. Was the poison a liquid or was it a powder? If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance. So the poison could have been in anything that was on that table. Sugar, salt, pepper? Huh. Do you put salt and pepper in your coffee, Trite? The victim took his coffee black with no sugar. Seems the poison could only have been in the coffee. What should I do? Should I press this point? Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee? Huh? What do you mean? According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. But what proof is there that the victim ever drank any of it? Oh, hey, you're right. That's what I was thinking. In case you were wondering, that last objection was for the detective there. Oh, for me? Oh, hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If you have the time to waste, you have time to present that piece of evidence. That piece, sir? Yes, that piece. What piece was that again? This. Should I be grateful this coffee is only hot enough to give me first-degree burns? Oh, now I remember. This is the victim's coffee cup. Yes, the victim's cup. Take a good look at the rim. Oh, yes, it's unmistakable. There's clearly a coffee stain on it. Conclusive proof the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in this cup. Victim gulped down the bitter death that the waitress brought to him. Like this. For the record, the only prints on the cup were the victims and the defendants. Upon further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance. Some kind of motive? Yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion. You know what my golden rule is, detective? Chuck out a bad cup of coffee, you can always get another. Huh? I don't get it. I'm saying we can always get another witness on the stand if we have to chuck you out. So stick to the facts, detective. Now then, what was Miss Bird's motive? Come on, Gumshoe. They said she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday, too. Disappeared from the scene of the crime. That wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was a winning ticket for $500,000. I apologize for that. Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one. Then is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? What should I do? Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared is in no way implicates my client. I have here in my hand the very ticket in question. That's the $500,000 lottery ticket? One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant. Order! Order! She's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress. You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court immediately. Better keep an eye on that ticket the way the judge's voice is quivering. Ticket was presented to the court in the previous trial too, but it feels heavier now somehow. $500,000, you say? Just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor. That's on Maggie's person, unfortunately. That's enough. The facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime which she was charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit this crime. I like an old man who knows the score. There's also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, even I might be tempted to bend the rules. I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren call of money. Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie is starting to pile up fast. Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already. I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance with one final decisive piece of evidence. It's got more evidence against Maggie? This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've seen. That stain looks like... It can't be blood, can it? Huh, it seems the little star of our play was a little flustered. And somehow spilled coffee on herself. The coffee? That's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye. Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more. Something else? I presume you mean... Of course, I'm referring to the pocket. The pocket? Search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide, the very poison used by the killer, was in her apron pocket. A bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket? Yeah, Maggie's prints were the only ones on it. What? Order! The court will accept these items into evidence. There's something that's still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the blood stain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain. You don't need to be told, just look at it. Well, detective, could this stain really be blood? No way, sir. It's just ketchup, sir. Ketchup? She must have gotten some on her apron while taking someone their breakfast that day. You could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe. Well, it's done like that again, and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness. I thought everyone knew what it was already. I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence, they have all been clearly established. Well, Trite, seems you really are a phony after all. You really know how to drive a man nuts. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quickly, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. That was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. You identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good. Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Trite. Don't count on any more cross-examinations after this one, so let the fun begin. Wait. Huh? Did I say something dumb again? Let me paraphrase what you just testified to this court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes? Yeah, basically. In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly? Oh, that. He's so let down, he's got the whole sagging shoulder and puppy eyes thing going. There was a prescription bag on the victim's table along with the lottery ticket. Seems Mr. Glenn Elk visited his doctor before he went to trace me in. Got the victim's name from the medical records of the doc who prescribed the meds. That's a reliable enough source for the court. So what sort of medicine was in the bag? Well, actually, the bag we found was empty. Huh? Yeah, completely empty. It's completely empty. Huh. Aren't you an empty paper bag is empty evidence? Desperate are you, Trite? Now, what happened with the investigation after that, Detective?
Objection!
Detective Gumshoe, I think I should point out something to you. There is just one small contradiction in your testimony. Oh, finally. I'm getting all anxious just waiting, so hurry up, will you? You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine for the scene of the crime later? No, they didn't. The victim was given a prescription right before going to trace B, and where then did the medicine disappear to? You are too cool, pal. Indeed. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence? I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? The victim was killed by poison, and the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared? The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself. Order! Well, Mr. Goodell, what do you have to say to that? That's all. What? Read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag, if you will. What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? New Ear Ontological Clinic? Ontological? Just what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Godot? Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More like a bitter war wound, you could say. A war wound? The day before the incident, Mr. Elk found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of his head and ruptured his eardrum. Ruptured his eardrum? Then what on earth was the prescription he was given? It was a cream that was to be applied topically inside his ear canal, not to be ingested. It's mentioned in the autopsy report if you read the fine print. Found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear. Yes, here it is in very, very fine print. It seems Mr. Elk correctly applied some of this medication while he was at Trace Bean. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe that he would have eaten his medication. See, it says this medication is relevant to the case after all. Nick, if you don't think of something quick, it'll all be over. She's right. I can't get away with any old weak objection. What should I do? Only moments ago, Mr. Godot made the following statement. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Trace PM. If that's the case, then why was the medication... Oh god. Oh god, my controller died. Hold on. I have a battery pack. 1 second here. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime? But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal. That doesn't change the fact that it could not be found at the crime scene. However insignificant it may seem, it's a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth. You know as well as I do that the medication is irrelevant. It hardly seems likely that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide. It hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did. The possibility is undeniable. That's enough. Mr. Godot, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to call? Mr. Godot? I got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was there in the restaurant on the day of the murder. Victor Kudo, the pigeon hater? Very well. The matter of disappearing medication seems little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me. Court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear the prosecution's next witness. Suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. Court is adjourned for recess. Oh, that was close. Tell me about it, I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir. No, it's my line. I really did die a little bit. Looks like we all nearly died in there. Can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could you betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me. He totally set me up. I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right? It's okay. I know all about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. It really hurt this time. It felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again. Poor Gumshoe. So the next witness is going to be the old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Kudo, lover of waitress outfits and projectile seeds. I bet he's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know? Yeah, he's a big old grouch. How are you going to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me, even those never-ending bird seeds. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please. The prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Name and occupation, if you don't mind. The name's Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what make me, mind you. I can be quite emotional at times, too. You don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation. Occupation? Ha, listen, youngin'. How do you think this here for kimono embroidery here? Kimono embroidery? That's what I do, or did, back in Japan. I embroidered family crests on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed. Oh, Will Craftsman, there's a dying breed. Hey, maybe he can embroider my costume sometime. Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile. That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen. Now then, witness, you were in the restaurant at the time of the incident? Oh yes, I was eating some seeds over a cup of Javachino. Seeds? What do you think these are, huh? I see. So you saw everything that happened, Gramps. Did I? Oh yes, yes I did. I saw it all. Then please tell the court. We're all ears. Sure. I'll tell you every last detail. Really getting into this. The young man was reading the sports paper. The servant girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the servant girl, right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. Mr. Kudo, she's not a servant girl. Please refer to her as a waitress. You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's wrong with the old-fashioned ones, Newfangled? All this talk of radios and glasses, it's wireless and spectacles, I tell you. Excuse me. Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away. Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. He said, I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by? Particular features? It's a disgrace, that's what it is. Sorry? You can see her all the way up to her, she's practically naked under that uniform. So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit? But anyone could wear just such a uniform, even me. Mr. Wright, please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image. Don't get all excited, Nick. You gotta keep yourself together. I guess I got a bit carried away. There are other things I recognize about her, too. Seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do? Sure, you saw the waitress take the coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether or not that waitress was Maggie Bird. Quite right. Mr. Kudo, these other features that you recognize about the defendant, I would ask you to add them to your testimony. Sure. You do seem to remember several details about her appearance, but what about the most crucial detail of all, her face? As if I would have remembered that. The witness noticed the straps on the accused apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face. That's right, I can't even tell the color of the ribbon in her hair. It was red. So you see there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight. There's no doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? I get the feeling there's something more to this somehow. The identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back. So what? Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all? Objection! It's got you there, Gramps. People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons. This is harassment. I tell you, I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons. Just telling you what I saw. Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add details about any identifying features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony. Sure. Some of my testimony is getting longer and longer. If I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet. Mr. Kudo, I'd like you to please take a look at this. That filthy thing would suit filters like you just fine. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like after he's done eating. You ever seen this before? Of course I haven't. Do you think I'd forget something as dirty as that? Well, you half-witted clot. What? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here. Mr. Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this, which means if you had really seen this apron before... Yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. Oops. Witness, you can't just oops your way out of this. Well, looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Listen, Trite, here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant. That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird. Exactly. And when that one waitress put the poison into the coffee cup, this old guy was watching. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Gudo. The defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing. Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps. You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin's in perfect working order. Can't remember a single occasion where I forgot what burger a customer wanted. Can't remember. Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out. Very well, let's test just how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim. Isn't that one of those pesky young types wearing a broken pair of spectacles? He had a newspaper in his right hand and that noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless, I remember that well. And the servant girl in the question brought over the Javachino. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. Testimony we had just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory is. Seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail. Oh yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything. You can handle this, Nick. We only need to do one thing. See, to prove the old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean. Isn't that kind of cruel? Suppose, but it's what I do best. Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? That this was a way of testing the credibility of your memory? I know, there's nothing wrong with my memory, I tell you, nothing. Not anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song. Care to tell us where this is going, Trite? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left. What is this, kindergarten? But I would like the court to please take a look at this. That's the cup the victim used, correct? Yes, and on the rim you'll notice the mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, there is a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where the stain is, you clearly see that the victim was holding the cup in his right hand. But how? Well, Mr. Kudo, the court's waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness... Wait! If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad, you're wrong. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw. You still insist on your testimony. That young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh, no question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. And that dead young hot boot and you spiky-haired yahoo who are at fault. Who, me? Thank you, old man. You've heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Around 68 years I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say. Sorry, Mr. Kudo, but... Sure, why not hear a little more? Mr. Godot. This is my 16th cup of coffee, so this is your final stand. Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor. was wearing the earpiece on the same side of his green lens of his specs. Kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. Then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. We know the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor often used by programmers. A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of the lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work. HD, TV, DVD, CD, all these new vingles that are driving me mad. They don't matter. I know what I saw and I'm telling the truth. It's true, he doesn't seem to be lying. And those are the facts in good old black and white. I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but Mr. Kudo, there is something very strange about your observations of the victim. What? You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. If it was his left ear, without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. I don't think so. What did you say? You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo, but the victim couldn't hear it with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured. Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right, it's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear, because he couldn't even hear in that ear. Is that true, Captain? It is. Pigeon. Order! Order! This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind, and he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot, a single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk. Captain, are you calling me a drip? This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows the victim picked it up with his right hand. I'll never back down. I know I'm right. The lad drank his Giovacchino with his left hand. Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly, the victim used both hands. Took a sip with the cup held in his right hand, then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw. Impossible. The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip. Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor. The fact still stands. With one hand or the other, Mr. Elk drank the poisoned coffee. Like this. Sadly, Mr. Godot, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether this witness's memory was credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. I believe it's time to conclude today's proceedings. I'm satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court, but to be frank, his testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old fogey. I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, you can't reach me from there. I'm ordering the defense and prosecution to investigate this case further. That's all for now. This court is adjourned. Wait, if we stop now, where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kudo? Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there, I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now. How was your bad memory my fault? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do. Kept my mouth shut until now, but there's something else the court should know. What? There's more? To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything, but I want another chance. I want another crack at you, you young shark. Me, he's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun. Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook. Sorry, Gramps, I've already had my 17th cup of coffee. What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Giovacchino you want if you come to my house after the trial. Maybe 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man. That's enough, witness. I believe it'll be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony. You bet much, much quicker. I can't believe this is happening. Better get ready, youngster. I get the picture. Just quit throwing those seeds at me, will you? I could be using some sort of infinite ammo code with that box of seeds. First of all, I want to stress that this might not be nothing. Not too sure of myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, Is that all? Yes, that's all. Remember it perfectly. He's doubting me again? You're doubting a poor defenseless old man? No, we're not doubting you, Mr. Kudo. Don't you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick? Yeah, so what? Probably. That's all I can think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy. You're a bird brain, that's all you can think of. Very well, Mr. Wright, your final cross-examination, please.
Objection!
Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene. So what? Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact. Lost your tongue, Granddad? No, Granddad of yours, hopscotch. Enough, if there are any more seats in this... What is it now? Just remembered something. Yes, go on. The broken vase, it was on my table. What? Well, you see... It startled me with that young lad collapse, so I stood up, and that must have been when it fell over the vase on my table, I mean. The vase on your table? Yes, it was on my table, and that's how my groin came to be completely soaked. Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today. I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all? Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo. Wait a minute. That's the case. There's more. I've got more to say. Oh, yes, I remember something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. Well, it seems that I have been considerably sidetracked. I'm still not in a position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are two disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far. The mark on the coffee cup that the victim supposedly drank with his left hand, and the earpiece which was inserted into his left ear out of which he couldn't hear. Wow, you did it. Therefore, it requires both the defense and prosecutions to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. There is one more thing before I call today's session to an end. One more thing, Your Honor. The witness we just heard from, he has most insisted that his testimony should be of use, so he summarized it accordingly into this statement. Okay. You should have a copy of it if you wish. Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that. That was really mad, huh? Yeah, I would be too. Very well. Here, then, Mr. Wright, there are 3 copies. My own, yours, and Mr. Godot's. Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, this isn't a piece of testimony, more like a 5-year-old's apology. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies? That is all. This court is adjourned. Alright. Time for another quick break and bathroom break, get something to drink, and I will be right back. Alright, let's continue. Because if we get through this trial fast enough, I might just jump into the last case. Because once we finish Trials and Tribulations, we will be playing the Apollo trilogy, which I have loaded up and ready to go. I'm excited for that. So we will see. We'll see how my energy levels are doing once we get there. So how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? Got a bit crazy in there. I wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what old Mr. Kudo saw, the apron straps and the ribbon, and that the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradiction, Angus. We had to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Yeah, we've got to find one for Maggie or she's gonna have a terminal case of guilty. Guess Maggie's still in questioning, but we've got to ask her questions. Ask her too. Maggie, keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. Looks like Gumshoe's not here. Never mind that. What's going on? It feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge. What are you doing? Call the officers for the briefing, quick. Can't you shut down the station's server? Chief, quit playing on the internet. Put my email pen, pal. Save it for later. Turning it off now. Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Keeping busy, more like panicking if you ask me. Something's going on. Something big. Empty as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime too. That's it. Come on, come on, come on. Hey, that sounds like... No, just call an 8, pal. Come on, I know you can. It's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number. It's like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. I was just listening to the radio, pal. To the radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is, and he's having the 20 set. What can I say? This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? You really drove her into a corner, you know. You always blow apart my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do it today? Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it, for once. Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? Or I prefer crumbling like aged Parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So, did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean? Well, how did she put it again? Something like that. Please, Detective, I didn't mean... Why is this happening? Banging his head against the wall, Nick. Oh man, poor Gumshoe. So, did you like the 20 set? I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous, my hands were shaking. So, how did it taste? Well, for $20, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. It was delicate. Delicate? You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you? What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. I just realized it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. It's just kind of hard to admit to yourself when you paid $20 for it, you know? You should have found out about the price after he had finished eating. Hey, Nick, maybe that's why Glenn L came here. Maybe you heard about the Super Fierce 20 set. By fierce, you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glenn L, that reminds me, we still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, seeing as he's here? guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? He wasn't literally a computer, Maya. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know. So have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elg worked yet? It might as well. His workplace? Where's that? A computer firm called Blue Screens Incorporated or something like that. Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Let's go. Computers aren't really my thing, Maya. We'll be fine. I don't know about that high-tech stuff. I wonder about that. Just around the corner from this joint, you should take a look. Computer firm called Blue Screens Inc., huh? What were you all excited about earlier? Huh? That's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something. Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe, you can tell a little old me. What were you listening to? Nothing, really. I was just, daily exercise show? What a psych lock? This lunch special officer sure is great. And why are there tears in your eyes?
Take that!
Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No way, pal. Now that you've made a big thing about it, I'm not gonna tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to...
Take that!
I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big, just like Glenn Elk did. It's like you can see right through me. I've cranked him already? See, pal, that's why I said it was nothing. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I'd figure I'd give it a try. What's with everyone in the lottery? So how'd it go? Won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elk, see? Got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on there. It's intense, pal. I bet that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day he was killed. Yeah, what time is it now? It's just after 1:30. Do all the results always broadcast at the same time? Yeah, look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket. Millionaire Radio, that sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick. Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. Wow, this place is so high-tech you can almost smell the electricity in the air. It is a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. Who are you? Oh, I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Well, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood? Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show. My name is Lisa Bassett. I'm the company director. Director? She's human? And that thing over her eye, isn't it the same device as Glenn Elk's? It's a DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. All of my programmers here at Blue Screens Incorporated are supplied with HMDs. And do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool, I wouldn't mind one. So, what exactly is this firm's business? I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry and then deliver optimum operating systems and source level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management. Doesn't matter, they analyze stuff. You got that much, right? Software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs? Yeah, CDs nuts. Yes, compact disc, digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It's a small firm, but all my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now? I'm researching the impact of the time slicing thread on local access to shared global variables. Influence response time and oh my god, okay. Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we're involved in. Did you good people follow all that? Yeah. Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil? You mean about Glen Elk being poisoned? Yes, I know. It's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Incorporated. Oh. How about Mr. Eld's desk? Have you cleared it out already? No, not yet. It's this one right in front of you. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. Guess there might be a clue here somewhere. Whoa, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. Looks pretty average to me, but you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You think? Real whiz kids can work under any conditions, you know? Just trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions, so no hurry then. Hey, this calendar. What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd, that's the day Mr. L was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah, it says meet with the tiger. Tiger? Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? They're betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets. Oh wow, his drawer is stuffed full of these. Looks like they're all losing tickets though. So many tickets would get you, what, a buck down at the recycling zone? But I didn't know you were so hard up that you'd try to profit from the dead, Nick. Just taking them as evidence, Maya. About Mr. Elk, he was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from one or two bugs in his personality. Like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry, why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Three Cyclocks? Guess Mr. Elg is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. Oh, something came up, give me 1 second. Apologize about that. Family member had some questions for me. Oh, okay. Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. Ugh. One of my favorite characters in the series. I just love her design so much. I'll be back next month. Boy, naturalmente, I'll be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I'll have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. Love the way it cracks. No, stop it, I beg you. Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you. This is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oh, you don't have to worry. You know, you worry too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It is the oil of sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye for now. Ugh, I have the shivers. Must rub some of my all over my body before it becomes a nervous wreck. So, oui, that feels good. Oh la la, excusez-moi, monsieur. My eyes! Your eyes. If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this, the oil of sandalwood. Isn't that just the leftovers of what you were just using? Don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? None, you're right, monsieur, but perhaps that is the perfect time for you to visit me. That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you la discipline. Putting on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. But you're right, business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand it. They think it is tray. Just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. But they think you just serve fast food on the cheap plastic trays? Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya? But this restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I will defend it to the finale. No one will take it from me. So, who was that woman you were just talking to? Oh la la, you saw that? Well, yeah, sorry. So, who was she? She looks so polite and graceful. Polite? Graceful? She likes raw meat and fires, right? Don't know why we got a flashback there. We haven't even left this scene. I have to think about it. Maya, I think it's pretty obvious what kind of odd conversation they were having. Think so? Well then let's show them that piece of evidence and see what happens. So long as that paper exists, I'm but a delightful angel with the broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. Oi, they keep harassing me months after month. In the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them with what? If I did not owe them money, I would have refused. But my hands were tied. Please, what did you agree to help them with? No, I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with the salad garnish. I hope he doesn't mean that he'll literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm going to guess that woman had something to do with your loan contract, am I right? Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. The woman who was here earlier, I take it she's... Why, as it comes, is this what a tragedy? Suddenly I find myself so deep in debt. It's a sign of the bad world we live in, huh? No, I say it's more of a sign of the bad culinary skills. It's a woman who was here. She's a scary woman. She was from the loan office. Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? We tender lender it is called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10. $10 sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much. So, tender lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case. I am a weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to them, I'm loaning money. I have to pay back $500,000 now. I'm like a slave. I have to do everything that tells me. Who's this he? The tiger. The tiger? He is the manager of the Tinderlander, a terrifying man, the biggest city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear a loud noise of the battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry. Big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter? Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no. This man has presence, a most formidable personality. Although, he does have the spiky hair just like you. There is a resemblance there, I suppose. Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all. I want to visit the Tinderlander. It is just beyond Vitamin Square. Hey Nick, if you need money, I can loan you some as long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the offer. Just beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. We got a big meeting start. Oh, that's not the accent. We got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, well, see you later then. My brain has a very bad time remembering accents and stuff that I give people. You better get going, detective. You're gonna be late. Actually, I kind of got a favor to ask. It's a big one. Favor? Yeah, it's Maggie actually. I was kind of hoping you'd give this to her for me. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I can make it. I've been real worried about her. She looks like she's lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe? How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on Earth who could down this much meat. I don't know about that. You think? I love weenies. Just can't get enough of their tender juiciness. So you give it to her? It took me ages to make, so please say you will, pal. Can't exactly say no, can I? Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. It's finally gone. I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you? Maybe he went to buy another ton of bird seeds. He's kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway, at least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it? Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. That is, as they say, a very good thing. Welcome. Hello, Sandwich. How are you? Talk about a creepy voice that makes your soul want to shrivel up and die. You're here to discuss a loan? No, not exactly. The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. She's gone just like that. I guess we'll just have to come back another time. This is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, let's take a look around, okay? Think it'll be okay? Of course, no one will ever... Coffee? Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly. Yes, thank you. Do not touch the desk, please. Nick, let's get out of here. Now she wants to get out of here? Hey, look at that Parisian style coat. It's so chic. Well, looks more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion. Hey, look at this. The suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick. Same color as my suit? Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, you gotta take a look. Some cake? I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise... Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you. Understand? I'm scared, Nick. So? What were you getting excited over for? Look, on the lapel of this suit. That's an attorney's badge? Is the tiger a lawyer? No way, look at this thing. It's made of paper. For some reason, your badge suddenly looks real cheap to me, Nick. Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? Let's see, this round doll thing is called a Daruma, I think. Figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured, in case you were wondering. When you aren't making stuff up for a change? I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always right himself. Come on, Nick, give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. It's the other thing, this is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king? Not that I'm an expert or anything, I'm more of a reversey person, you know? Assuming she knows what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking up from under here. What is it, a repair bill? Looks like you did some repair work on this car. Does he even have one? 15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane. Car is registered to the Cadaverinis? That's not even Tiger's car? Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? One impressive desk on the one impressive rug. Do you really want such a shiny desk though? I don't know, but let's see what it's like to sit at the solid gold desk. Oh, I'm completely dazzled. That's because it's completely dazzling. I can see out my nose in the reflection. That's gotta be really distracting. The desk isn't practical, no surprise there. Oh, someone dropped the ashtray on the floor. That's gonna be a nightmare to clean up. Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything. I actually knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It's one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal. How did you manage to knock over one of those? Aren't they supposed to be super heavy? Oh, hey, there's a book of matches here too. Matches, places don't give out much nowadays. Hey, wait a second. Look what printed on it. It says Tribulations. These matches could come in handy. Might be able to use them. Yeah, the pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out. Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. CD player on the desk, but the desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can hear it. The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drink it all? If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. Coffee. It was laced with something. I'm almost sure of it. My stomach, it's killing me. Oh wait, maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast. Sure hope so. I better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have a chance. What the? It's not Rocco's soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger? It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc and pin. MC Bonner? What? This must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal. Oh wait, that woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. Come out from under the desk, Maya. What are you two snooping around in my office for? Nothing. We were just... my precious carpet. He's got ash on my rug. I'm gonna wish your ugly feet never came through my door. It wasn't us. It was already like that. You just want to argue with me? Is that what you doing? You think you can take me on? I'm gonna flatten you two into pancakes and turn you into my new rugs. Oh, dumb Tiger, you're back. Voice, it's like evil seeping into your head through your ears. I'm sorry, Don Tiger. Knocked over that ashtray earlier and... Has she got a death wish or what? Oh, right. Huh? Forget about it, Violetta. It's done. What? I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear? That's so unfair. Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. You'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. Phoenix, right? He was either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now you's gotta come and mess up my plan. So it was him. He's my pony. Ah, but I don't care. No one gets in my way. What? I mean, excuse me? You should have left the little girl at home, right? I have a few things to... No questions. This is the last time we meet. Wait, please. That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him. Like, you don't want to talk. I didn't hear you scream, hold it, either. The espresso... and cookies? This woman is definitely not good for my heart. What was it the tiger called her? Violetta? So I'm kind of curious about your company, Tenderlender. With the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business. Conscientious rate of interest and an attractive repayment policy. Why do I get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well? We will tenderly lend you that little bit extra here at Tenderlender. Hey Nick, things are a bit tight for writing code at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from our card game for starters. Why don't you take out a loan? Would I like to take out a loan from a place like this? Not so much. Tenderlender is on your side. So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then? We give you more coffee. Strong coffee. Right, I think I'd rather skip town. Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well. So, do you know about the incident we're investigating? What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here, in that incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager. Manager being the tiger? Furio Tigre. So that's where the tiger thing comes from. Sheen Hop's got a real name, Nick. Hurry up and find out more about him. Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre? Cookie? Sure. How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Go ahead, Nick. The honor's all yours. No, ladies first, Maya. No matter how I look at this, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and this scary girl working together? We are lovers. It's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. I own Don Tigre in my life. It's the one who saved me. The tiger saved you? Please, address him properly as Don Tigre. Otherwise, I'll have to... Okay, Don Tigre, of course, I'm sorry. Saved your life? I'd sure like to know how that happened. I'm very frail, you see. Just recently, I died once. You died? About 4 months ago. The doctor said to abandon all hope. Guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the river Styx. But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything. everything. When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso. Still wonder about what's in her coffee. So is that why you've got the bandage around your head? This? What's the story with the bandage? They put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury, a little fatal injury. Fatal injury? I just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you had died once. Ugh, she really creeps me out, Nick. Same here, but we got to find out the truth. There he is, old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again. There, take this and get out of my park. I think I thought he's really mad. Come on, Maya, just keep your head down and let's sneak away while you still can. What? Why? Hello, old man. What are you doing, Maya? Huh? Ah. Hey, he just turned his back on us. Not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in the court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo. Ah, pigeon. Look, we really need to talk to you, alright? Out with the demons and good fortune. Sheets, so sprinters, painful. Always knew you were a demon, Maya. I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today. Yeah, everyone will talk about me behind my back now. A dirty old man who was so busy looking at the serving girl's backside, they can't remember her face. The filthy, depraved animal. No, not at all. Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw the waitress put it in. She put some white powder into that young lad's Javicino. We hear you. And another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles. We're really sorry. So I made a little mistake about the vase. So what? I know what I saw. I tell you. Okay, take it easy, please, Mr. Kudo. Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-eared brat. Take this. You said you were a craftsman, right? Ah, the modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves. Surely it's not that... I come from a long line of craftsmen. Rather look back to the time of the shoguns. You hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer, I was born one. Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself. I want to stick my fingers up the dribbling old judge's nose and scream right down his ear hole, objection. Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood, that's all. Got a tsunami of frustration inside and it's ready to burst out. If we let him start rambling now, we might never shut him up. What should I do? Guess I'd better let him talk. There's not much call for craftsmen these days, huh? Of course not, you idiot. All I'm good now for nowadays is running errands. Errands? Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, take the dog for a walk. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of 2-bit community handyman? Well, buy some bread. Now that I can understand, but what's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't people say what they want? Get lost. That's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home and at the restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I? I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute, what did you just say? At home and at the restaurant? Hold up, by restaurant, are you talking about Trace Bien? Did you get asked to run an errand there too? Yes, I did, the very day that young brat was poisoned. What? Shit. Sorry about that. So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do? Why'd you ask, boy? Because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, the young lad slumped over the table, and a servant girl collapsed, and I broke that vase. It all happened so fast, it was in a bit of a daze, you see. And the owner shouted over to me, Excusez-moi, you called the police. Call them yourself, I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at the time. So did you end up calling the police? Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze. Did you call them on your cell phone? God, do I look like I have one of those new fake thingamajigs? We're not looking for a payphone, of course. You went looking for one? Couldn't find one right away, you know, wandered around for 5 minutes or so. 5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened, yes sirree, the owner was at the trees being on his own. Why didn't you mention this in court this morning? Well, I would have if you'd given me the chance. You all bullied me out of the courtroom. It's not my fault, you're the ones to blame. You could have at least told us before we got to court. Really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one that called the police? What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious, which leaves that man alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Oh sure, you go ahead and say it was as that. Go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead, huh? Need to get more details about what exactly happened from Maggie and from Mr. Armstrong. Saying Mr. Armstrong's out again, but the place is open for business. Can't have an open restaurant without a chef. Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone. Missing when we need to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose? Oh, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie, so they finished questioning you? Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm gonna stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go there for a while. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. It's not the only one. What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident, anyway. Is it possible she's the one misremembering things? Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else has provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep, there's just so many things that just don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. But didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup? Do you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it? Oh, yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right? It was MC Bomber Maya. That name was scrawled on the sports paper as well. They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir. Or the victim's medication that's gone missing, too. Yeah, this is getting way too complicated for me. Said that you passed out when the victim Glenn L collapsed, right? Yes, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. And before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir. So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, we have no idea what went on at Trace Inn. No idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright? The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police. Exactly, and you, Maggie, were unconscious. It means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No, you don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all. It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke with him earlier. I don't know, the things that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. Maggie's looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old Seedy. I feel much better after the trial this morning. We haven't been at courtroom proceeding doubtings for years now. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. It's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. Roger, I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor. But I can't really say it was an old man. Okay, how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy and she had kind of a cackling laugh. Creepy. Cackling? Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently? I know I used to be on the police force, sir, but I'm incarcerated now, so... Oh, I've got something you're gonna love. Really? What is it? Lunchbox, just for you. Here. Wow, lunchbox weenies, too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? No, it's Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe? He's really worried about you. It looks like you put a lot of effort into making this, too. I can't accept it. Just as you said our rules, no gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie, don't be like that. The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. Somehow when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. Anyway, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But... she's right. It's better than letting it go to waste. But... I guess so. Well, how was it? I hit the spot. I love weenies. Oh good, I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. The main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already. Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. But I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. It's gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. No, just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot-to-trot girlfriend. Some young guy. Come on, man. Wow, this place really is buzzing. Something must be going down. Something really big. What are you doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe. Can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We've got big problems here today. Why? What's going on? It's a virus. A virus! A virus? There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. I need to ask you some questions. Okay, I'm only going to say this once, so listen up. Yeah, no matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear? Okay. You got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there. We're not thinking about borrowing money, detective. We want information. Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lender is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed calling it all their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady. Alright, I get the picture. Wait a minute. What did you just say? That lady? Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? You better find out. That's the girl who works over at Tender Lender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. Bruto Cadaverini? You know who that is, Nick? Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini is the boss of the Cadaverini family. Cadaverinis? That's one scary sounding name. Can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. Better get some more info at a gumshoe about this family. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis? Who are they? A scary bunch of people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop, those guys are scary. They've got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. Can't touch them, they've got too much moolah. Moolah? As in, they pretty much control all the cash on the city's black market. Black market, huh? And that includes Tender Lender, I take it? Sure, no one can stand up to Bruto Cadaverini, and I mean no one. Interesting. So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss then? Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. So, how did she end up at Tender Lender? I don't know, pal. But, sorry, the headphones just fell off my head. But I heard she and the boss of Tender Lender are pretty tight. That's what it said in the file I read related to Maggie's case. Sounds like a pretty important clue. So what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe? Don't know. What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? Here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. So that face, pal, you think you know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you? Computer virus? Sure, I mean only in simple terms, of course. Oh, you know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. Hey, that sounds pretty cool, don't you agree, Dr. Wright? Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine, I'm no expert. Please explain the basics. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode? No, the damage is, well, it's all eternal. So the inside goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you've got stored on your PCs here in the station. A virus could wipe out all of that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. Whoa, that's scary. Yeah, what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. Just like a real virus, huh? But, Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that? Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it? No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. It's horrible. Oh, I get it. Like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold. Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Who, what, where, when, and why did the conversation jump to talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard it before, too. hate when I accidentally hit the wrong button. The name scribbled on that sports paper and written on that CD, that's the name of the virus, MC Bomber. What? Yeah, the virus that's just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. You ever see any more details? We already knew about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement, threatening to release the virus if their demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know. Some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. And now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's in every computer in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival. All this stuff with criminals and viruses, it almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently, the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. The focus right now is on tracing the route of this virus on the black market. Can someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah, because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal. The millions of virus can be worth that much? Almost forgot the most important thing, and that is, you know, the lunchbox. How did everything go? Lunchbox? You remember the weenies? Oh yeah, those weenies. So how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Well, it was delicious, yeah, that's what she said, really? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh, do me a favor again, huh, pal, and deliver this? Sure, it's heavy burden, more than one weighs than one. Just imagine Maggie's eyes sparkle with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick? Tell me we don't have to eat all these too. I really can't eat anymore.
Take that!
So how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service? What's she talking about? I guess I better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elg's troubles have something to do with this?
Take that!
What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets, all losing ones. That many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on another's misfortunes is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? What is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn, had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to races from time to time. Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Oak's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it?
Take that!
The lottery, horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's got to have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps? No. You are right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example, do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he, for $500,000? Yeah, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the end. That was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. Elk's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious.
Take that!
Curio Tigre, the boss of the loan office called Tender Lender. Tender Lender, people with business should think harder before naming their offices. Like you're one to talk, but what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No. I mean about Mr. Elg. Do you think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes? I'm sorry, I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Really? Because I got proof that Mr. Elg and the tiger know each other.
Take that!
Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of the loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Elk met with on the day of his murder. The only thing a loan shark would talk about him with would be his debt. It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. 100,000. Ouch. But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay, so the guy got lucky and won the lottery, but what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. What computer program is worth $100,000? Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work.
Take that!
Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber? Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with the gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt, not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work, something a bit risky. Risky? How? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Trey's BN? Where did he come up with these ideas? So it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus? Yes. It was a work of genius, in a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market. Inconceivable, Gumshoe was right for a change. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar, that was his deadline for repaying his debts. Guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Glenn Elk's losing horse racing tickets, so I'm back on the floor. Use the trash can, Nick. Ah, wrong place.
Take that!
You said the bandage around your head was from an operation? You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? The injury in question has something to do with this.
Take that!
I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious the car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis? Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? That tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright, then. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is why.
Take that!
exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? Happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family's cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike or something like that, I don't remember much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but took a blow to the head, a bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. What happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away? If they'd stayed, I'd have... Is it possible that the person who committed the hit and run could have been... It was this man, wasn't it? It was the cause of your accident? It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided the motorbike and my car, but Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he? It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in the traffic accident on his bike. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre runs around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? It's possible, perhaps. Somewhere inside me I know that may be true. I knew it, but Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very, very expensive. She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure, so I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tigre told me he said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him. Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? You want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation was because of you, but because of someone else. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather Bruto Cadaverini controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you're his beloved pride and joy? Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid that money? $1 million. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious, a simple procedure. Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. He said the operation cost $1 million. $1 million bucks? My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically pay or get into some serious trouble, but $1 million bucks? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew it wasn't really true. I'm sorry. What he did to get the money, it was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him in what way? Here, take these. What are these, medical papers? I'm Bruto Cadaverini's daughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. I feel bad for Viola. It's inexcusable. There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going right after we finish our espresso. Won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Bonjour, I have been waiting for you to return. Mr. Armstrong? Good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Oh, well, no, we'd like to ask you a few questions, I thought. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you fellas. Let's shut up. Who are you calling Zenny? Come up from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. What, you just want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers now. Uh-oh, I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. You just want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad, and it ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruto's little girl? Now that's sad. Can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2. Oui. Mr. Armstrong? Forgive me, Desolate. I cannot argue with him. It hurts. Is that all you got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait, don't take it too hard, Phoenix, right? I was so stupid I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Detective? You think she's gonna stop me, copper? Beat it. Whoa. Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But go, pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Oh, alright, thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. Even with that guy tomorrow in court, Tender Linder's going down. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well, and I ended on a giant mystery. It's true, and we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. You okay, Nick? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. Why don't I believe you? It's the only time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Red. I'm counting on you. Hey, pal. Hey, detective. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How do you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh, you look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing. Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. This is a small bottle that turned up and traced me in the kitchen a couple days ago. JB, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? Everyone doing all right? Well, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Casper Rain. I am a variety video game streamer. I pretty much play whatever I feel like at any given moment. So sometimes you'll see me playing Overwatch, sometimes you'll see me playing visual novels, sometimes you'll see me playing platformers. Basically, whatever I'm feeling up to at any given moment. If I have it, I will play it. So if you're looking for some content like that, then welcome in. You've come to the right place. Right now we are currently doing the Ace Attorney series. Once we finish... Oh, thank you, baby, for the sub. Still love seeing that. Hello, welcome in. So yeah, so if you... I'm more of a calm, not so hectic streamer, so if you enjoy just you know, calm vibes and stuff, you definitely have hit the right place. So with that in mind, again, thank you so much, JB, for the raid, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. I hope everyone that came in also has a wonderful evening as well, and we're going to get back into this. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Egg was using for his ruptured eardrum. What's Glenn Egg's ear medication doing in the kitchen? What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour, they might have gotten something on the prints, but it's gonna weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. I got it? Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good, then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, that witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows the victim drank from it with his right hand, but according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear, yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You have lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles. The old guy wasn't just throwing seeds in here. He was throwing us off the scent. Today I'll prove it. Alright, well, let this first witness take the stand. And you are? Well, bonjour everyone. I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef at La Chespienne restaurant Enchanté. Forgive me for asking witness, but are you a woman? Oh la la, monsieur, as you can see, I am a perky gentleman, non? On the day of the incident, you were in the Chespienne kitchen, isn't that right? Was you, monsieur? Everything feels right. Huh. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well, your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened the day at Tribulations. We volunteers. When it all happened, there was just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco that day, like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Perhaps that's what the old man was looking at. The cup, the earpiece, and the glasses, everything would have said things in reverse, no? A mirror? Oui, un grand mirror, the most enormous mirror. And suddenly the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. The heck, it's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Objection!
The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back to Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong, it was his left ear, no doubt. So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now if Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece are actually on the victim's right side. Exactement. You see, Monsieur, now that you think about it, it's not so hard, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Order! Order, Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye.
Objection!
How bitter. Trite, you should have tasted this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume. I broke the vase, sorry. Apology, I mean, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg? Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece, and that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD makes a big impression on the man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Did you hear? His left ear. Well, trait. That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever. Well, I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. Kudo's good. Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can a lie. So what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Well, I can explain. Please, if you will look into the plans of the restaurant. Oh, is everyone sitting comfortably? The mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. As there was only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. As that was the seat was at a table next to the victim, that was where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally I did not touch anything else. I see no problem with the explanation we've just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing us and men like this. Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. I hate that guy. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Well, then 'tis, of course. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you please.
Objection!
This piece of evidence contradicts the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. A crime photo? Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist. Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Then if the defense would please clarify. What is it? What is the something that should not exist in this photo?
Take that!
I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture. The vase? What possible connection does that have to do with the witness's testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table, because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence.
Take that!
There is one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting, and yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There is only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror at Shrewsbury Inn that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary in his own words. I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? I was right, there is no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear? Like a one shot in life, there's no turning back. If you want to claim the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then I'll be much closer to the truth. I can feel it. You gonna be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? It's more than just one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradiction in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. This case is riddled with contradictions, yet there's one very simple answer that clears them all up. And what is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. And that's how he ended up wearing the earpiece on his left ear by mistake. Order in the court, settle down, I'll clear this courtroom. Quiet, Cramps, why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? Are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning, all for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Get real, Trey. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was... Servant girl brought him a job at Sheena, but she put something in it. That's the servant girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's hard to believe, but there was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? This is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Trace BM that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. We will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day. The victim, Monsieur Elg, came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There was no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery money, Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. Once there was no time for a phony to do the acting. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. For now, we will hear your cross-examination, Mr. Wright, if you please. You took that perjury charge a bit too well. I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? He comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me so happy, Monsieur. You're almost welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip. And nothing more. So, Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail? So you're saying that not much time elapsed between when the victim and Mr. Kudo arrived? Please, that is correct. But it still leaves the possibility that something happened in that time gap. By your recollection, how much time would you say elapsed? Let me see, approximately 2 minutes, I would say. 2 minutes? That's all? It seems unlikely that anything untoward could have happened in such a short time. I knew I shouldn't have pursued this line of questioning. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no, I cannot remember, Monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a scary old man, sir. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived, so the victim must have arrived between 2 and 2:10, no? Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, Monsieur. You're most wonderful. We can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? Time of day will be added to the witness's testimony, please. I say bid. That's French, isn't it? Glad at least one person's in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. We? What do you mean? The time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers on the $500,000 lottery ticket. Please, that must be the show I was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? I'm sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu. To the point, Trite, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30. Now, supposedly the victim made some noise when it had announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over, there's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter acting out of poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs at Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if it wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy? Quite a performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lacked a rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this, Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at the time, the real Glen Elg was already dead. That's certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? No, I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? Missing corpse? According to the old man's testament, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? What's the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? Thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. L concealed? It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations. Interesting, but where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court these plans on these plans, Mr. Wright?
Take that!
Body was hidden here. I see. Nice supposition, but the real question is, can you back it up? Where is the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location?
Take that!
Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No, I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality is only for me. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interesting enough, Your Honor. It was found in the kitchen of Tribulations. I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? Sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Elg visited the otolaryngological clinic and was given medication that day. You can't be serious. The defense has the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Glenn Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant's kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when this incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. Did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. Order! Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Glenn Elg? Never. I could never do such a horrible thing. No. Mr. Godot? The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. It's one of my rules. You have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now. And I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. I want a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend. Je vous demande pardon, please, you must hear me out. This is a trap, listen to me, por favor. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish. I'm only going to ask you once, did you do it? No, absolutely not. I simply... Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you, as does my gavel. It is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this. Very well, begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. It is true, I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. I did not kill him, I swear. You must believe me. You were forced? By who? I cannot say, or I will be erased. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table? Because it was... So it was another man. Knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer.
Objection!
Let's end this dance of Ring Around the Rosie, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to. Who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, I don't know, maybe a month ago in this very courtroom? His name is Furio Tigre. He's the manager of a loan office called Tenderlender. There's no point in trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tigre, at least not while you had this on you. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you. Oui, it's as you say. Mr. Armstrong, the tiger, he told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was going to meet the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to. I had no choice. I carried the body and the unconscious Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I tried to forget what I had seen. I think you can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket, is that your doing as well? I know nothing about that. Making it look like Maggie who had done it, it was not. It is despicable. Mr. Godot, You will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. 30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. You half an hour to get that guy on the stand, not a minute more. How? Don't sit back and relax yet, Trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way. Very well. The request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. Almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now. He said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know. If that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe? What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Top Knot. It's not a top knot. Never mind about the hair, just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kinda get wound up. No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. Get some prints analyzed for you if you've got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But, Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True, without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. Said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me?
Take that!
Going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solved the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Yeah, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. Pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. It's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites. Very well, please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness? Don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there's room for me down there too. What do you say? Nothing. I didn't say nothing honest. I could have guessed that fear would be induced a bad Brooklyn accent on the judge. I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor? Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. That's it, we're doomed. Maybe you just didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here? There's no need to shout, we can all hear you. What did you say? There's no point in struggling. You're caught in a snare, the relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in. Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, masked boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course, well perhaps you can give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Phoenix, right? You was the one who set this up, didn't you? You're gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Get a grip, Nick. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tinder lender every single day. You just want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. Last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright. What is it, please? Witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that. I knew the kind of game that guy in blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000. You're just gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. I don't think it's gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. I love a good spectator sport. So a minute, that's really not. This witness is, how can I put it, a hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle? Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off, yours too. Very well, I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. Just better be listening. I said I got business to take care of, big business. But now I ain't gonna catch my bus. Court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of a witness's testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see those teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola? She writes everything in my schedule. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was. Seems like a rather sketchy schedule. There he goes again. What does the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder, so now what? Mr. Tigre, what do you want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. Objection. It's a dead end, Triton. You know it. You remember the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on the December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had a meeting all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please. Mr. Tigre, the court asked to add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. Mr. Tigre, you claim you don't know Mr. Glenn Elg, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger, and the date December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elg, because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Not bad. You's actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. It's no compliment I can do without, plus he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You was calling me a liar? Is that what you're doing? Oh. So, you're saying that you claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth. And I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigray. Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court, witness? Never actually met the victim? That's got to be a lie. This time I nailed this guy. Whoa. Ain't no lie, I never met Glenn Elk. There was some lame guy with that name though, wanted to borrow some cash from me. To set up a meeting with the guy at my office, tender lender. Waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed. I ain't ever been to that Trace being joint, you hear? I see, that was all seems perfectly logical. We had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. Gonna have to take the express. Bill's going straight to you, right?
Objection!
Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What you talking about? We found them on your office at the Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. You've really never been to Trace Inn before? What was the book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Order, order. Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Sorry. Terribly sorry. Forgive me. I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said, but okay, I was at the joint that day. What? Well, listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still ain't never met that kid. Well, well. How the turntables. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony. I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn Elk that day. And he did put poison in that coffee. He must have. I was supposed to meet with a kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. Heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Hold it, if I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. No problem. Anytime Trent presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. Mr. Godot, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little gavel of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so you know, since you's paying. Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? No, not really.
Objection!
You're something of a loan-collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie-detecting pro. And no one escapes the phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre? From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? Saw the back of the kid's head. Fortunately for you, that's not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition. Why, that's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So, from the entrance to Trace BN, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat, but you did see the victim that day because you met with him.
Objection!
Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenn Elg and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness? Now that's cute. You think you could pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. So I dare you say it again. Come on, if you got the guts. You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. Is the defense? Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright! Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. He's got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright, don't leave me alone to handle this. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godot? Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no. The servant girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. No question about it. She's very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison in the coffee.
Objection!
Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Huh. Found your pen at last, right? It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What, you mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident, and someone used her fainting to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She is an employee of Tenderlender. He's making a big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better get home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, had stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy, and she had kind of a cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he's supposedly listening to a half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Witness, what have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry, you's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm just gonna have to charter a jet to get to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about. He's got it all wrapped up nice, alright? But you missed out on one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you hears? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed, witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim? Yeah, I loaned El Cash about $100,000. That day we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she done, everything would have been over. No, I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elgo's $50,000. Yeah, well, you've got the fig to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. It's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal. The repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't had no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive? He has to have one, but what is it? The waitress, you mean the girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair? Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. I should push a little on this. What do you mean how would have been over and done with? I'm talking about or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It's all coming together before that waitress got in the way. As far as I could tell for the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. Tiger's motive, huh?
Objection!
So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elgo owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Fortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection!
What are you getting at, Trite? What else would a moneylender be after other than money? Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. Computer virus? What does one of those do? Computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. A computer? What does one of those do? I guess the beard isn't the only part of His Honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later. Your Honor, right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Several million? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection!
You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of that program? Exactly. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, Shrike. A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money to the tune of $1 million?
Take that!
In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. Oh, watch it just to you. These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million, and yet, when the repayment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue those HMOs. No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Order, order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright? Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini? Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all the underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid the compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Bruto Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on the CD. Glenn Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. That kind that Mr. Tigre would have preferred to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win. Exactly, at the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. It's crazy. He murdered Glenn Elg and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glenn Elg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo. Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plans. Order! You just put on a good show, Spikey. You just want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid created a witness and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. What, another one, Mr. Wright? Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Miss Trait? What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused?
Take that!
And what's the relevance of that trait? Is that? I thought that. Oh, ow. Okay, I thought that was the right one. Okay. I guess it's this. What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago in this very court, you posed as me. That other one should have counted, but it's fine. What? That's the truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, just standing here in this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Raid who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I've ever seen.
Objection!
Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Hey, forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir? It isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court we deal with people's lives. Mr. Godot is right, Your Honor. Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced the attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far. You say you impersonated Glenn Elk, you say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, you're gonna get mauled. You got that? What we managed to do here is to chase them around a little bit. We're so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. I just have one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence, maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. So witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigre. Your Honor, sir. Wait. Detective? Detective Gumshoe. Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. Here it is, my heart's counting on this too. What is it, Detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. What? Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. Results? About the prints, pal, from his medicine bottle. So, do you know who the prints belong to? Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us, they're the tigers, right? I knew it. You bet. Claire's crystal all over the bottle. They're Furia Tigre's paw prints, alright. Screw, we've got them now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn Elk's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, it really doesn't make any difference. I knew it. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This is our last chance to help Maggie. I'm working on some useless piece of evidence this whole time. It's alright, I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? You've been working on something for me? Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I knew you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get you out of your hair now. Detective Gumshoe, wait! He's gone. Is there anything we can do, Nick? I wish there was. It should work so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered. Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, right? Show us, naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Thank Phoenix, don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time's he using gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before, but you lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really back to the corner here, but maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright.
Take that!
This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victim's... Your Honor, naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What? Well, Mr. Wright, what conclusion do you hope to draw from this new information? Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. Prints are in that pansy-looking bottle, is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway? Phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Elg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You make a good clown, you know that? What? You ain't never gonna get this to stick. He's just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix, right? That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. No, this is the bottle we found traces of the poison in. Don't mess with the tiger, you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown and it was made of glass. The cheap piece of trash didn't look nothing like it. Got him. At last. What? Why has everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle. Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's the bottle that the cyanide was in, but you ain't gonna find my prints in that bottle. Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you people. The law's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor, tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out? Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just... You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known that it was in this bottle. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. You don't know who's you messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. Think I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony, but that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with the phony lawyer was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. What's going on? Looks like a blackout. Well done, Trite. Saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it while you watch the police restrain your prey. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre and Mr. Godot? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn Algerona. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. In the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. The early Tigre was truly a frightening criminal. Truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. No? Well, I'm now in position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant Maggie Bird not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. So mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago, but now I feel like I could forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Detective Gumshoe? Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. Wait. Detective Gumshoe? Oh yeah, congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I knew you were... I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, I was... Well, I guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective. Just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. Thanks to him that we got the medication. Well, it wasn't even of any use, but it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie, you know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all this. I wanted to believe that, sir, but on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. Didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. Proved her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a present to celebrate her freedom.
Take that!
Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe made with a ton of love. He said that you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe? I actually really like weenies, you know. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? No, as far as Ace Attorney cases go, this one was actually not too long. Is it okay if I eat this now? So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. Case of the phony... God damn it. False allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Alright, that's gonna do it for this stream. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and going through that case with me and all that good junk and, you know, your standard outro jargon. So we will try to finish this game up on the next stream. That way we can get started on the Apollo trilogy. Might be doing stuff in between that. I have a couple other games like hiding in my playlist, like Eternights and Chrono Jotter and stuff like that. So we'll see, and we might also be doing a co-op stream of Divinity Original Sin 2 at some point. maybe some point soon. Not exactly sure when that's gonna happen, but I do plan on do that. So have you guys a wonderful evening, and I will see you on the next stream.